All right, we're gonna go ahead and continue on with the fun. So we're at the point of the game now where we're probably gonna end up relying more on various guides and whatnot. So yesterday I was messing around. So our current one is unsigned less, and I've racked my brain, and this one here just, for the life of me, don't really have an idea on how to effectively do this. So there's a couple guides that I'm going to look at, one of which I have no idea how in the world this would work. So first guide here, what they're doing is they're doing an ad, a byte adder. That, okay, I get. And here, let's go ahead and just bring these a little closer together here. So what they're doing, and then they've got a inverter. All right, so they're taking from the carry, because that's the carry out, and going there, and then they got an inverter. No, I'm sorry, not an inverter. They have a neg, which negates the value. All right, so the reason I don't understand how this one would work, so let's say for the sake of argument, I do a 1 and a 1. Those are equal to one another. Hold on. See, now this is where I'm getting. All right, so let's actually try a different number. Try 2. Okay, I think I see how this is working. except for right there. If you got 0 and 0, but then again, they're not going to give you zeros. At least I don't think they would. You know, if I've got that and I got that. Okay, so I see how this is working then. So pretty much if I threw a number out here, so you know, 1 and 2, two is obviously larger than 1. When we inverse the 2, it's going to go to essentially the going to turn into this. In which case, you know, when you take that number there and add, you know, the 1 to it, or add any number to it, it's going to technically roll over to the next byte segment. And so that you'll get your carry. Actually, let me put that back. All right, so when you have a carry, all right. When the carry triggers, then that means 1 is higher than 2. So I've got a 2 here and a 1 here. The carry will trigger because 255 and 2 is going to carry a trigger, which will turn off the output. Now, just different combination of numbers. It's 248. Okay, I get how this is. Because I was originally messing around with this function earlier on one of them, except I was using it up here trying to do something. I wasn't thinking about the carryover aspect of it. Now, all right, so I'm going to come back to this, okay, because I understand how it works. Now, there's another variation of this that I want to just mess around with, just because I'm real curious on how whoever came up with this. So the other variation, which may work, I honestly don't know. What they did is they took this, connected it to here, and then connected this to a byte splitter. Okay. That's one element. That's one of many elements. So all right. And then they did a cascade OR effect. Not a byte OR, just a normal OR. 2-gate OR, or 2-thing OR. All right. Which, again, kind of boggles my mind here. And actually, let me move this out of the way because this one here is going to get long. Excuse me. And so they did this 1, 2, 3, 6. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. And so that one's that. But I'm just curious to see what the hell this thing does. And then obviously these tie to these. And then now, see, okay, so one thing I'm scratching my head on this. Okay, I think this is because looks like they try to do a 2-in-1 here. Right there we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 ands. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right. So then it looks like they tapped into this. Actually, and then they have a series of inverters going into the ands. All right, so on this one here, if I'm interpreting this correctly, and I'm going to get this connected up. They tie off of this and go into this guy here. And then they tie off of this. Yeah, this is weird. They tie off of this one here, and they go into this, but then they take off of here, go into this, and then this. Yeah, so this, oops, no, not that one. Like so. And then this one here goes to that. This one here. No, hold on. Let me redo this. All right, so yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and change colors also here. So this guy here ties into this. This here ties into the back of this. This goes up to the next one. So on and so forth. And then let me go move all this over. And then this one here Goes into that. Okay. And then we'll go ahead and just use another color. So this like here goes into there. And the funny thing is this that I'm putting on here is based on apparently the, because they had the version number. This is for the newest version number. So that even makes me even more confused. All right, so they got that, and then they have a byte merger that these all tie into. So we're just gonna go ahead and connect these up. Just let them connect. Oops. Like so. 128 actually just connects to 128. So, you know, we'll just bring this 128 down and around. Do it that way just because. All right, then off of here, and this is where it seems weird. They have an and and then they have an equal. This ties to this, and that ties to that. That ties to that. And this guy here, I'll go ahead and make it another color. This guy here ties to that. How in the world this does, if it actually does it. So if we put one on, we put one on. So that's technically not right, because one is not less than one. That's correct. That's technically correct. This one here, in my mind, technically isn't correct, but yet you know, because what's happening is, so this here is, you know, so the issue with this here is if the two numbers are the same, it's saying that it's good, which technically is not right. Because the whole point of this is unassigned less, meaning if this top number here is less than this number here. So the way this is working, let's see here. So it's using an XOR at the byte level. So basically, if the bytes, there's only one of each byte. So on a 4, So between these two, the byte 44 is common between them, so that'll stay red. So in the XOR, it's only passing 2. So we pass 2 onto this. So everything here stays red up until this point here, this OR. This OR is passing a signal to this AND, which goes to 2. And we got a negation here, which makes it green. And then we pass it to here. So basically, we're just passing 2 along. And then when we go here, and I want to do this. Let's this is too short for me to see what's actually coming through here. So let me put do a wild and crazy thing here, just so I can see the value that's flowing. All right, so I do a 1 and 2. So on the AND, I'm ANDing 6 and 2. So when you AND 6 and 2, so there's 6, and ANDing 2 would be that one there. My result is 2. And those two values are the same. And so it gives you the green light. So now let's try. Now, if I flip this around, so if I do 6 up top and 2 on the bottom, it fails. And let's see why. So here again, in this case, our XOR is giving us 4. Okay. And just like last time, it ties into this AND via the, and then this OR here goes up here. This AND here is actually passing a 4. So the 4 is this bubble there. And you AND a 4 and a 2, you get 0. So I kind of see what's going on here. So this XOR here, so if we do, for the most part, the XOR, what happens if we do something like that? So now we have a full complement here. So the XOR on these two is pretty much everything. So everything here is lit up. We're passing data through all the ORs. None of the ANDs are triggering because we're passing everything. So the only thing that's getting anything is here. That's going directly into that. So we're passing 128 through here. And when you AND 128 and 192, which 128 would be this bubble here, 128 and 192 will give you, I'm sorry, yeah, 128, 192. Oh wait, 128 is that. So when we AND those two numbers together, we should get, wait, hold on. Oh wait, Let's try this again. Okay, so when we that's 128. So when we add those two numbers together, the only one in common is that, so that's why we get 64. That ain't right either. Oh no, because I was messing around with stuff. So yeah, because if you, so I get what this is doing. I would never have been able to come up with this. I'm gonna go with the easier of the two versions to progress the level. So, because I understand that one a little bit more, and it seems to function. It actually functions with numbers that are the same. All right, so the one that I'm going to go with and use the guide with is basically the add, and then a negation, and then an inversion. All right, and so in this version, what happens is, let me put these in line with how I want to do it. This guy comes here. Then this guy ties into the lower add. Now, positionally, it doesn't matter which spot they go into. Oops. And then taking the carry to the output. So on our input, if we, other than 0, the way this is working is this here is essentially it's, you know, it's negating the this, so, or essentially it's creating almost the inverse. And so what happens is when something ain't right here. No, that's not right. Well, okay. Now what it is if you get 0 in, which that's the thing is, I don't think you'll ever get 0 in. So if you get 0 in on either input, then it's gonna always show that the out's working. Yeah, but so the way this one here is working is you're inverting this essentially. So when it's negated, inverted, whatever you want to call it, when you add to it, if it is if you get a carryover, then 2 is actually higher than 1. But if we flip this around as such, if this number is higher than this, then these two numbers here, the 253 and the 1, won't roll over. Because it should always be at least 1 shy. So if I just, or it should equal 0. Which actually, oops, it changed on me. So, oh, okay, so it won't necessarily be 1 shy, but so I understand how this functions. it functions better than the other one. I mean, the other one made sense to me to a certain extent, but the fact that it when the numbers were the same, so in this case, when you do the same numbers, it actually truly shows that they're the same, because basically both with the same numbers, these two become 0, which results in no output. And so that's correct. But as soon as you actually don't have that offset, all right. So I get how this works. This is what we're going to use. You know, unless they throw 0 into it. If they throw 0 into the mix, they threw 0 into the mix. So 0 is the wild card here. Because 0 doesn't have an output. So what I need to do is, and I was wondering if they're going to throw a 0 into this. Easy solution on this, I think, is this. So this and this should work in theory. So basically what we're going to have is we're going to have this tie off to inverter, and we're going to have it hit a switch, and we're going to have an always on that ties back up to that. So what should happen is, you know, when I actually have a signal coming through, you know, a legitimate signal coming through, yeah, I may have to do this on the top as well. A legitimate signal coming through will give me that. Now that actually works when the top only has an input. Now what happens when only the bottom has an input? Because that passes a 1. However, well, we can, okay, so we have to take into account getting a 0 on the bottom. 0 on top, no issues, because if you get a 0 on top, let's see that 0, because 0, 0, that's gonna mess me up there as well. All right, this one's close. It's just the 0. Gotta somehow take into account the 0. Well, here's a solution. Maybe this is not what I do, but all right. So if you got a 0 on the bottom, so 0, 0 will give you a false reading. Now, if they're two of the same numbers, it'll show proper. It's just when you get zeros, because it's not actually passing a signal here. So excuse me. So what I'm thinking about is, oops. So this is only supposed to light up if this is high. So if I have a 1 up top and a 0 on the bottom, then I kind of want to kill this. So it's just out of curiosity. Oops. Will passing a number here trigger anything? Okay. So I just wanted to see that. So how do we account for 0? Because if we have a 0 and we have any number, then this should be off. All right, so okay. Where's my NAND gate? No, we'll do an AND gate. So we're gonna have a series of ands here, which this may seem really, really, really weird. And actually, okay, so for one, so this AND gate that I'm thinking about doing is mainly to deal with a 0 on the bottom. So if we have a 0 on the bottom, we want to turn this off. Where's my switch at? There it is. All right, so if this is true, actually, you know what? Let's go to the low end. Just keep the cables a little bit cleaner. And for you, let's go ahead and move you guys. Go ahead and change this around a little bit. No, just say no. And then this guy here, Okay. And then I need move you. Excuse me, we'll do it like that. And I'm gonna make you purple just so. All right, so the whole my thought process on this, and I'm gonna make this purple as well. Oops. All right, so the whole purpose of this here is if I've got a 1 on top. Oh, sorry, I forgot to connect the switch here. Okay, so if I've got a 1 up top and nothing coming on the bottom, this is gonna falsely send that, hey, you know, 1 is less than 0. And as a result, it's going to push something out to the out. So this switch here is going to inhibit that. Now, if I have a normal pair of numbers, as long as I have a signal, a legitimate signal coming out of this AND gate will never trigger. Okay. So now, if I have nothing on the bottom, and any number coming off the top, it will work. Now, if I have 2 zeros, so this is where we need a second AND gate of sorts to inhibit the flow of this, because 0 is not less than 0, so I need to inhibit this here, which theoretically I could simply do. Let's make you yellow. I don't know. So if I would need a separate switch. This is really crazy. The thing is, though, I got to take in consideration if I actually have a number up top. Okay, so that. Right, so what I need is another AND like this that only works with 2 zeros. All right, so what we're going to do here, let's slide this over. No, just slide you back a little bit. This is going to be crazy. But as I've said this game, in my mind it works. So we put up another AND, no, 2 AND. Put up another AND. I'm gonna just turn this one just because of how the cables are gonna come. Now I can actually, I can tap into this guy here. Actually, you know what? Yeah, so we can tap into this guy here. Then we go ahead and do another inverter here. All right, so now this will be yellow. So we're going to just tap off of this. I'm gonna tap into this. All right, and then we're basically gonna do same thing we did here. So this and this we're gonna copy, and I'm gonna put roughly right there, sure. And then go ahead and take this and connect it up. So, damn it. I wish it would stop doing that. Okay, just all right. So 2 zeros. We're pushing a false signal here. And I guess technically I didn't need this. Well, actually, yeah, I don't think and actually in looking at this, all I needed to do was just do an inverter. So actually, yeah, now that I think about it, and actually, you know what, here, let's go put the inverter right here. Let's go ahead and move these over just because. Okay, so with 00, we're getting a 0 coming off this, a 0 coming off of this. This and is ignored. You know, or this right here is hitting the inverter, so it's actually becoming a legitimate signal, and it's hitting this and here. The 0 from here is hitting this inverter and triggering the and, which is, if I actually had that there, it would have inhibited it. Well, I mean, already inhibited it anyhow. But so that's inhibiting it. Now, if I put a 1 on top and a 0 on the bottom, we lose our signal here. So we get a 0. So this and is then getting its light, which it should. This and here is getting a light, or getting it. So these two match, which is then getting killed here because 1 is not less than 0. Now, if I flip this around, we're pushing a 1 here. So that's turning that off, and that's basically these two AND gates are dead. 0 is technically less than 1, so it will go through. Now, as far as the rest of the functions are concerned, so if I do a 3 and a 1, nothing will change with respects to the AND gates. And if I flip this around, and so this here should work, and these two AND gates here will account for a 0 signal coming from either one. Because the issue that was happening before is with 1 0, it was falsely, regardless of which 0 was present, it was falsely sending it out. So if I have 36 is now less than 0, so that's good. Oh no, wait, hold on. Determine if the first input is less than 0. So yes, first input is less than 0, so it goes green. And then if I flip this around, like U36, we inhibit it via this here. There's only one of these two AND gates will ever be active at a given time, because of this, because we let the signal flow here normally, and then we flip the signal here. So this here should work. This is based on the original version of the that I saw online, but without the AND gates and the inverters and these extra switches. Now, is it possible that I could tie these into the same switch? I don't think so, and the reason being is these two will not, because if I'm passing a signal here to open the switch and I'm passing a signal here to close the switch, I think the opening will take precedence over the closing. And here's an easy way just to test this theory, because I've never actually tried something like this. I'm going to take a link from here and a link from here. Let's see what the switch does. So right now, so we have, so right now, the switch technically on. So it would pass traffic. And actually, you know what? I think that was actually a bad thing to do there. This may, well, we're going to get rid of this. I'm just doing a test. So 0 is less than 1. And so technically, both AND gates are off, which is actually correct. If I flip this around, see, 1 is not less than 0. So what happens is this AND gate here, should have killed that one there. So yeah, you can't have two sources feed to the same switch, because otherwise, if one's off and one's on, it's always going to take the on as the precedence. All right, so we're good on this one, I believe. Not quite. I mean, I understand. I do understand the concept. I would never come up with the concept initially, but now that I know, let's see how it works on this. Various circuit that outputs when the first input is less than the second. Interpret the bytes as being signed. Well, is there really a difference? So I don't think there's a difference really. In fact, can I go to this and literally copy all? Will that work? Can I go back here and then just paste? I can. So other than having to move the outs, so just for curiosity's sake, what's the real difference in it? So if we're, 1 is less than 33, yeah. All right. So there is a valid difference there. All right, so when we're dealing with 9, or not 9, yeah, when we're dealing with 9, when we're dealing with signed, so how do we could it be as simple by chance as adding a negator there? No. Okay, just checking. What about changing this negator? What happens if you change that to a not? I don't know. I'm just experimenting now. No. All right, so how it's just out of curiosity, if we toggle that and we do what does that add up to? Just out of curiosity. Oh, because that's negative, never mind. All right, so how do we deal with negative numbers? So we're introducing negative number. Well, the issue with the negative numbers is a negative number will always have this first bit turned on. So that's what's going to give you a negative number. And then you basically reduce based on, or you get closer to zero based on which ones you toggle on and off. So how do we interpret this one? Because still need, I want to say still need the AND gates here to just for the interpretation of zeros. So because we got to stop the flow. Now that there is incorrect. Whereas, so it's almost the when you start dealing with the excuse me. What if I negated this and what if I negated both? Just out of curiosity. Technically, that is correct. Because a negative 128 is less than negative 127. That is not correct. Because that is technically more than that. So how do we deal with the negative number aspect of this? So, okay. Um. Hmm. Um. So I. What about? No. 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 That wouldn't work. No, or would it? I don't know. Um. So I was thinking. All right, you can stop. There's no signals for you. All right, let's go ahead and do this. For one, just can I slide this over just so I can kind of see what's going on here? All right, so he said I still need these to basically stop 0. Well, so if I have, however, so is that there normally would be correct, but now it's inverse. And that's interesting also. That is actually interesting. Negative 128 negates to negative 128. However, as soon as you add another bit, it it makes it technically the positive version. What happens if you negate and not it? I mean, I didn't think that was going to do anything, but I just wanted to see. Because it basically, to a certain extent, it flips it back to close to what it was, just off by a number. All right, so. All right, so. So if both numbers are positive, this thing will work just fine. So what happened? So here's the other question: is okay. You don't have a mechanism here. Let me look at something here. 'Cause that's a bit decoder, not a byte decoder. Never mind. I'm wondering if I don't know. I'm trying to see if I can actually get this one without looking at one of the little pamphlet guides. So, just out of curiosity. Okay, so the sample that gets hung up on. All right, so in we know one is less than 3. So, and then if I toggle this, it goes off. Okay. Now, if I toggle this, so this should technically, that there should. What if? Okay. I have an idea. So, when you're dealing with signed numbers, your highest number possible will only ever be 127. So it's either positive 127. I mean, I suppose technically you could have a negative 128 theoretically. Here's my thought process. And that is, what if we drop, and this seems like a wild and crazy thought here, but if I do a bit splitter, and then, oops. Okay, so let's just say for the sake of argument, we do 2 bit splitters. Come on. And 2 byte makers. Okay. And what we do on these is simply we literally connect everything except the negator. All right. So now, just for sake of curiosity, and this will get just a little messy. It'll get messy briefly. If this works, then we'll tweak the code or tweak the diagram. All right, so now, no, I'm not. I keep on forgetting. I have to hold shift to do that. All right. Okay, so we're gonna put these right here, and I'm gonna put this like so. Oops. I also gotta connect that up there. Okay, and then what will this do? All right. Well, that's an incorrect reading. Hold on. Let's kill this for a second. And let's take off of this. All right. So it's going to treat the negator as a 0. Just for curiosity. All right, so 1 is not less than 128. That's a correct statement. Because essentially, and if I do, let's see, that part there is where it will fail. Even though I'm passing a negative 177, this guy here is still being, yeah. So, what if I have a, all right, so let me think about this for a minute and grab something more to drink. I have a couple wild and crazy ideas that I'm gonna take a look at. So I'll be back in just a moment. So, wild and crazy idea number 1. Wipe that out, get rid of these. Wipe that out, get rid of that. Let me give myself some room here. So go ahead and... Okay, let's go ahead and... slide all these up. Okay, fine. We'll just do it the old-fashioned way, I guess. Oh, no wonder I wasn't clicking. Aha. All right. So what are we going to do? Oops. What we're going to do here? Like I said, this is going to be a wild and crazy one. Which will it work? This one I can honestly say I don't think so. Oops. In my mind, I don't see this working. But yeah, you never know. But okay, go ahead and move these up. All right, let's move this up. You know what? Just go ahead and put it right there. All right. Let's see. Let's go ahead and move this group up. Right about there. And then we can go ahead and slide this over. Go ahead and do this. Put one there and then have this come like so. Actually, we can possibly change that around. All right, so here's my wild and crazy thought process. All right, so why won't you rotate? Damn it. Here, will you rotate there? Thank you. All right. So we're gonna put this here, and let's go ahead and move this out here so I can rotate it. All right, so basically what I'm gonna do, this is the wild and crazy idea where actually I need to move some of these over a little bit more. So go ahead and slide that over. I'm gonna need a little bit of extra room for this. All right. I have no idea how this is going to act. All right, so what I'm looking at doing, like I said, this has, I don't know, a small chance, is we're going to put a mux here. And we're going to put a mux here. And we're actually going to move this. And actually, this guy here we can redo. All right. So what's going to happen is the experiments I'm going to try. So input 1 is the default input, which is top, which is this input here and this input here. So what we're going to do is each respective input is going to feed the mux, and then we're also gonna also do that. Okay. Now the mux is then gonna turn and feed its respective inflow, as it were. We can actually go and bring this up like so. And we can get rid of this. And we can just have this pipe over this way. All right, so then the way the muxes are going to work is and this is a wild and crazy idea. Okay. I'm going to have a signal. Actually, I can just tie into this signal here. So this guy here, we'll make these gray. These will be the switch connectors. Its only purpose is for the -128. Okay. And let's see, this here is going to be normal magenta. Okay. So, if we get a -128 on this side, it's going to just up here, instead of doing the negation, it's going to pass through the straight through, and vice versa. Let's see what happens here. All right, so let's start with 0 and 0, good. 1 is not less than 0, so we're good. Because we're passing this and we're passing the inverted. Let's go ahead and do this way. That's correct. Okay. 1 on 1, good. Good there. Okay. Now comes the fun little challenge. Okay. Let's add this. That's wrong. Because -128 is not less. So now I may have to put potentially put a switch to block because this here so in this case, so when both are this way, all right, let's ignore 0 for now, okay? Let's say this. That's correct. Now what happens when I do this and this? Okay, that's actually promising. Because what we're passing now, we got a -128. So instead of inverting it, actually, let's try like that, just because. So we've got a negative 64. So instead of inversing it, actually no, so we are inversing it, but what we're doing is we're also inversing this here. Because if we didn't inverse it, so let's see what would happen if we didn't inverse it. And the way we do that is if we kill this mux here, because if we didn't inverse it, we would get a 1. But by inversing it, technically, okay. So now the challenge is the 0. Dealing with the zeros on this aspect. So if we get a 0 up top and a negative on the bottom, we need to, what do we need to do? What do we need to do? Because it doesn't matter which switch I interact with. All right, so if I have a 0 on here and a negative here, it's triggering this and here. In which case, I need to prevent that. And then on the opposite side, if I have a 0 here, so let me see here. This is double 0 protection, as it were. So I'm going to have to add another switch for, I need to add another switch. Because this switch here is being, I'll either add a switch. So, okay, so for 0 on the bottom and a negative on the top, I basically put a switch here based on what signal? Based on this signal here. It'd have to be this signal to prevent traffic. Okay. All right, so why do I have a negate there? I honestly don't remember why. Oh no, that's right. I remember why. I just brain fart. All right, so let's move this here. I got room. Let's go ahead and move this over a little bit so I can fit another switch in here. No, the switch isn't the problem. I need to turn off. I need to turn off this signal here. So we need to have a switch here. Here's one thing I don't like about this switch is, well, is its whatchamacallit, its location. Actually, put a switch here to block that signal. That could do it. All right, so let me do this. let me slide this over a little bit and slide this over a bit and move you over a bit. All right, and we're gonna put a switch right here. Okay. That switch so under normal circumstances it needs to be on. Right. Let me move this down just a bit. Like so. Just because I want to have it so it's not really super crowded. All right, so now what we're going to do is what color are we going to use for this? Let's use green. All right, so we're going to tap into here with green. Take green up to about there. Move you on that, and then do that. So we inhibit the flow going this way when we're doing our inverses. So now let me just make sure that doesn't inhibit double zeros blocked. Now we still gotta work on this one here, but if I have a positive here, good. So this one here only will trigger and block this flow if it's negative. All right, so now double zero protection, good. Zero protection, positive side, good. This one here doesn't matter. So we gotta do a negative and zero. So this is going to be a new switch for this one, I believe. Because if I have a 1 here, it'll change. But it's a 0. So what I got to do now, I guess we'll put another switch right here that this will control. So go ahead and throw that. Yeah, we can move that inhibitor down, or that inverse down. So go ahead and put switch there. Oops. You go ahead and come over here. All right, so now we need another inverter. Okay, and we'll make you gray as well. No, you're not gray, you're green. All right, so we're gonna tap off of here, go across here, down, like so. So if I have just a negative and a 0, we're good. Now, what happens if I have double negative and I do that? Technically, that should also work. All right, so this inhibitor here is preventing that. So I gotta think about that aspect, because if they're both negative, I can't inhibit the path here. All right, so this is not how I want to do that then. Okay. All right, so miscalculation on that, because if I'm at that and I'm at that, That's correct. It's the zero aspect. Oh, excuse me, not the zero aspect. Yeah, I mean, it's the zero aspect that I've got to figure out. So, actually, okay, so if I am 0 here, that feeds this AND gate. What I could do is take from here and pass it onto this to activate this. No. Hold on. Yeah, to activate this AND gate. All right, so let's try that. Because this AND gate here, now here's the thing is, well, let's see what happens here. No. I can't do it that way. And the reason I can't do it that way is if I pass a signal here, then it'll loop back and feed back into this. So I can't do it directly like that. Yes, I can. You know why? Because we have this. We put a buffer to prevent backflow. Aha! Aha! Right, so then, right, so in theory then, tap off this. Why am I using gray? I don't know. I want green. Green is green for this segment. I don't know why, I just want green. So in theory, that's good. Now if I add this here, we stop it. And if I put another one here, it flows. Now, what happens if I turn this off? So if I turn that off, wait, did I turn off the right one? No, I'm sorry. If I turn this off, this one here is passing at 4 as it should. Then this one here is, so this here, which actually is working, which I'm kind of scratching my head on. Something seems odd here. Okay, so let's do this. 4 and 3. So passing 4 through as normal, right? Which is good. Or 4 and 2, excuse me. And then this one here, basically, so that kills that, that AND doesn't go off, so the flow is fine. Now, we put a 0 here. We pass, we stop the flow with this AND here, which turns off that switch, which is what we want. Now, if we do that, none of the ANDs kick in because 0 on top is fine. Now, if we negate this, what we're doing now is if we're activating this AND here, but now if I go negative here, this here kills this switch. This might actually work. as wild and crazy as it is. Because the only way this and will turn on, so if I turn off the negative here, it stops it, which actually, the reason it's stopping it is because that's a twofer, because of that. Interesting. It wasn't. That's an unexpected little thing I wasn't thinking, because this here is feeding the and. So if this connection, because this one here was intended to hit that and, what happens if I get rid of that? And I go back to what we were doing. So, so here we got a carry, which, so it's being stopped here as well. But the and is basically doing double duty, so we're stopping it here, but we're also technically stopping it here. I think this actually will work. It's definitely not the prettiest method of doing this by any means. But it's effective. Let's test it out. Okay, so we failed on this one here. Why did we fail? We didn't fail. Oh, wait. We didn't fail. Yeah, we did fail. Because we're passing. All right, so we got double negatives. Hold on. Okay, so we got double negative. Why did this one fail? It worked on other negative numbers. Because no, it didn't. Hey, hold on. Okay, so none of the gates are stopping it. Because if you, okay, let's do. Okay. One, why are you not turning green? Right. Let's go back up to the level map, come down, just to kind of give it a fresh, clean thing. All right, so if I have 64, good. 64 or 0 is less than 64. If I do 32, boom. Okay, we're good on that. I got negative 127 versus negative 126. Okay, so my stuff is inversed. All right. I thought I was onto something here. numbers are negative, actually, could it be just that simple? But only when both numbers are negative. So that's correct. That's correct. So it's only when both numbers are negative and, oops, and, actually, let me do it this way. It's only when both numbers are negative, that I need to do this. Okay. Wild and crazy thing, but then again, you know, I'm good like that. All right, so what we're going to do here, like I said, wild and crazy. So when both numbers are negative, which will be triggered by an AND gate. So first things first, give me an AND gate. And we're going to go down here and do this. So we're going to have an AND gate. This is going to get ugly again. But ugly is my middle name in this game. So we're going to have an AND gate. Actually, we could either need to rotate it. Okay, yeah, I know what we're doing here. So we need an AND gate and we need a MUX. A MUX. Okay. And actually, let me think here. Okay. Man. Actually, so I can put the AND gate up here. Okay. So what we're going to do, this is the wild and crazy part, is we're going to take this and we're going to put it right here. I'm going to get rid of the inverter. Okay. This guy here, let's make you pupil. You can go up to this. Now, we're going to take this feed here, put you into this one, and then take this one here, tie you into this one. Okay. Then, we're gonna, this is the fun part. We're going to tie into this one. And we're going to tie into this one. And like so. So when both are negative 128, it's going to change the add thingamabobber to get rid of the inverse. Let's see how it works. So, negative 128. Ah. That works. Because this inverse here doesn't work when both are negative. Now, let's make sure if I only have one negative, it turns off. Flip that around. Okay, I think this is the solution. As weird as it is, I think this is it. If it is, I'm gonna clean it up, but let's run through it, see what happens. So -8 and 113. What is holding it? So okay, why did that? Okay, you know, because let's do another test here. So if I got a negative number here and I have a positive number here, that's good. Still good, still good, still good, still good, still good. Okay. That is when it failed because, okay, so now let's go ahead and do this just for curiosity's sake. I want to watch this guy here. So that's correct. Both are acting the same. So now we add, no change. So it doesn't actually break until the bits overlap. So as soon as I get a bit that overlaps, it breaks. But once the bits do overlap, this one works properly. All right, so and that there also is an issue because the double negative 128 technically should have been stopped there, so that would break it. So if I do this, actually, if I do, I thought it was close. I really did. I thought, okay, double negative, go through a different add process where we don't have the inverter. That's not the issue. We were close though. I thought, you know. Because the issue that we come in kicks in. Well, one, this here, and you know, an easy way of doing that is I could use equal. I could use this, and so I do a test, and if they're equal, basically hit a switch. You know, so that there could be a quick, actually, yeah, because that could be used, or I mean that could be used for, you know, just a flat out boom safety switch. If both inputs are equal, deactivate a switch somewhere in the path to prevent the output. That's something I can consider, because it would protect against stuff like that. But that's an easy fix. That's weird. Oh no, it's giving me the sign because no input and no input is good. Okay, never mind. Now the issue is when they get to the point of, you know, overlapping bits. So, well, I mean, when all the bits are filled up, or no, it actually only runs into that situation. That's interesting, actually. So I ran into the situation there. No, that's correct. Something is just off on this. Hold on. Something's not adding up here. Let me run this again. Okay, there we go. Because this should be putting a signal out, but the issue is this here. Why am I not actually seeing a value here? Oh, because that's a carry. Because in this situation, it's hitting this, which is killing that, you know, because that there inhibits output. So why is it doing that? Is there a certain number set that is the trigger? So if I take off that one there, still nothing. Take off that one there, still nothing. So but it's a combination. So if I take off that and I do that, it'll be fine. It's when you're walking the bits down. So if I turn that one off, put that one on, that's fine. But I hit that, and then if I do this, they're fine. Hit that. But now here's the thing: is it's if I do this one here and I do this one, you know, it's the same bit. So it's not the fact of having the same bit. It's the fact of so now if I did that, it works just fine. But it's if you know, each of these bits are filled in, going down. Once this bit, or wait, so as it's walking down this path, if this bit here lights up and this bit here is already lit, it's going to break it. At which point So is that what the issue was before and not the whole negation thing? So, I mean, other than this, which I can solve with the equal thing. I think that was the issue. I think that is it. But this is still a key to the double negatives. Okay. But I need to add another mechanism in there, specifically when this guy here is negative. No. Yeah. So if this guy here is positive and this guy here is negative, if these are filling up all the way down, then when I get to a point where the largest bit, whatever the largest bit may be, because if I get rid of that, it's okay. But if the largest, so for example, if that was the largest bit there, as soon as I do that, because, so actually, it doesn't matter if it's positive or negative. Okay, now I'm actually kind of curious on something. That one there's fine. That one there's fine. That one there's fine. We're fine. All right, so it has to do. Okay, so what is the trigger on this? So if I do that bit and that bit, it's fine. If I do that bit and that bit, it breaks. But if I do this bit, it's fine. So is it based on this one then? It's fine there, but it breaks there. So is it, I guess when, but if I do this and this, it's fine. That and that is fine. Breaks on that. Man. There's a threshold for the, at which point, because here it's using the top one. And actually, we're not using this right now because there's no need to use this. So as a result, this here triggers this AND gate, which is irrelevant. This here triggers this AND gate, which is irrelevant. Right now, we're only using this trigger here, which is preventing the flow to this AND gate, which doesn't matter because it's turned off here. This is allowing this AND gate, but because this side's not negative, it's not changing the mux input. So we are flipping the sign on this. So instead of negating it, we're allowing the original number to go through. So I'm wondering if this mux thing here should only be used if they're both negative. All right, so if I have this and this, that's correct. If I add that, so I'm wondering if maybe that's the thing, is only flip these if they're both negative. Okay, which I can facilitate with an and sign that, which I hate to do it, but let's, well, I mean, hell, let's do a test. So let's take an and sign. There's no real pretty way of doing this, so for the sake of this test, we're not going to make it pretty. All right, so we're going to move this up like so. We're going to break that. Okay. I can literally just tap into this here. So, you know, we'll make you this color just for the sake of this test. And then here, you know, it would be nice to have a little bit more room. So let's go ahead and move this up. Oops, no. Move this up. Move this up. And then move this up. All right, we're going to break this one. All right, and then we're basically going to use this to feed the mux. That's fine. And use this. All right, so let's see what this does. All right, so if I've got a 1 and 2, we're good. So let's walk through most of the positive numbers. So they turn off, so that's correct. That's my equal. All the switches are open, but the add here is basically, so that's fine. All right, so everything on, it looks like on the positive side is working. No, no, it's working. Yeah, so positive side is working. All right, so now let's go negative with this guy. And then we'll do positive on this one. So, all right, so it stayed off. Let me do add just one more digit there. All right, so everything is working as intended with that being. So now let me flip it around and go negative on this side. All right, so again, everything is working as intended with that. So now comes the fun part. Let's go double negative. So negative and negative. So again, I got the equal sign because I'm gonna put that equal sign as a switch, I think, just one because of that there. So now let's step it down, see what happens here. Good. Okay, that's correct. Now let's walk it this way. All right, so that's correct. Now, the issue we ran into, which we actually just validated, was there's our issue. That's the issue that we run into based on the bits. So this is using its normal output. So this is pushing negative 64. We're negating 64. So now, if we were coming from this point here, but what would be the trigger for using? Okay, so actually, here's a better question. All right, let's, for the sake of argument, see what happens if I flip-flop this. So what we're gonna do, just for a test, I'm gonna flip-flop you and flip-flop you. All right, so we are no longer inverting this. So for we get no nothing there. So now essentially this is the opposite. And so I'm presuming that pretty much everything we do here, so if I do a negative 125 and a negative 128, so it's literally the opposite, which is fine. So now if I have a negative 128 and that, all right, so there's something to do with now if I do this, I get rid of this, I'm waiting for this to turn off. Interestingly enough, it's still holding solid. Huh. Now it makes me wonder. So I got negative on the top. Come on, go. I really don't like this button. You know, when I'm not hovered over it, it should collapse. All right, so when I have it any negative on top and no negative on the bottom, even with everything filled in, it's working correctly. So that's something to keep in mind. All right. And that's without inverting or using doing any sort of inversion here. Now, you know what? Let me break this and break this. Let me do that again just to make sure. So now this here, that would be the only thing I'd have to tweak, would be this 0 here, because but that's something I can, there's another method for that I can do. All right, so now let's go ahead and swap this back over. If I make you negative and you positive, I'm going to fill in each of these numbers here, and then I'm going to take away all of these numbers here. So that's good, and it's using it's technically using this one here, because this and it won't trigger right now because it's not plugged in, so it's always using this top one. So now I'm wondering here as well, so if I have positives now, so okay, so on the positive side, if I the positive side needs this. If both are positive, we need this. On the negative side, though, oops. Negative side's good on that aspect. Okay, so the way I want it then is, instead of an and, it would be an or. So and so so the mux doesn't, so this mux idea here, which originally worked for a while, until okay, so if either one is negative, I want to go and do this add method here without the inverter. If both are positive, I want to use this. And so what I do is I change this into an OR. Let's change it into an OR. I mean, it's just that simple. All right. Oh, actually, hold on. Let me go ahead and put these back the way they were. Okay, so now that's good. Now, let me just throw different numbers out there. So the normal method works great with two positive numbers. Now, let's go ahead and add a negative number here. So, oh, whoops. I didn't trigger the, okay, let me go ahead and get rid of this, get rid of that. All right. So that one there, and get rid of that. Get rid of that connection there and put you up there. Okay. So now let's try that again. All right, so I got a negative one. All right. Now I'm just gonna walk through this on the positive side. Okay, that never changed. Okay, now I'm gonna walk this back. And my OR is set up to take in from this adding machine, if you will. Right. Now I still need to work on double negative or equal negatives. That's okay. So now we're gonna go negative here. I think we found our solution. Okay, I think that's it. Other than having to add in that this here as a dead man switch, as it were. Okay, I think we're good. So I'm gonna clean this up and make it more user-friendly, or at least user-friendly for me. But we'll do that after a quick restroom break. So be right back. Alrighty, so let's go ahead and do a little bit of cleanup first. And then we'll, because I need to make some room for that to be inserted. All right. So, all right, so because originally I had these positioned where they were because they were going to tie into this mux. Don't need the mux anymore. And we'll go ahead and get rid of that. Get rid of that mux and go ahead and just tie this into this for the time being, and same thing with this. Get rid of the mux. Okay. All right, so now I wish I could shrink this. All right, so this here technically doesn't need to be facing down there, and this having this one up here I think is fine, because now here's the thing is I don't know if these ands, if I actually need to do a tie to these ands on negatives. So let's do another test here. All right, so this one here activates on that. This one here would activate on a 0, right? Okay, so I do want that because that there stops that flow. All right, so this is still needed because if this were to go through, it would give me a no result. It would basically turn into a 0, and it wouldn't activate that. So I do need this here still. Now on the flip side, let me see, this and here, what is this and for? Okay, that and is 0 protection when the bottom is a 0 and the top is positive. Now, if the bottom is negative, it switches over to this add machine, which doesn't pass it. But if I do that, that passes, right? No, it shouldn't pass because if I do that, if I do that, it should pass, which it does. All right, so all the mechanisms I have in place are still required, so I'm just going to add that. All right, so now I'm just going to kind of clean up some of the components. All right, so we're going to move this out here, and let's go ahead and move you and you over, and then move you down. All right. So this here is any 0 a 0 coming through here will trigger a stop here, and then a positive number here will trigger that. So that there's still fine. Let's go ahead and move this over here. I don't need it out in the middle of nowhere. Go ahead, just oops, nope. Go ahead and collapse that. All right, I can go ahead and move this guy over. Oops. Now, as far as this guy here, his purpose now is to do 2 things. Activate the switch or actually, I guess, deactivate the switch when he's negative, and to activate the OR. This guy here, his purpose is to feed this and to feed the OR. So let's move you, if I can. If I put you there, let's say, actually, how much room do I have here? Let's go ahead and move all of this down just a little bit. Okay. So I'm going to use gray. This is the feeder for this. Okay. That is going to feed this guy here, so I can just go straight into you. I can get rid of this here and that and that. And then I also need to feed this OR here. That OR is going to feed the mux. Now, what I'm going to do here, I think, put this, let's say, right there. And do a gray to that. And kill those. All right, so its purposes are for this switch here. So we're actually going to move this to there. Get rid of that. All right, so now my feed for this, go ahead and move this up like so. All right, so triple coming onto that. And then this is for a switch. So I'm just gonna tie into that, which is fine. We'll get rid of that. Where do I want to? Okay, I'm just getting rid of all these extra circles. Where do we want to tie into this? I need to tie on this side, not that side. Suppose I'll just bring you out to here and then tie you like that. That'll work. All right, so then go ahead and bring this up and then tie that into that. Okay. Now, this guy here feeds that add. I can go ahead and move this up. Like such. And do that. So I can either move that add down if I wanted to, or I can leave it where it is. So what I'm looking at doing is moving, possibly moving this up just a hair. So if I do this, if I move this up some, and then actually go ahead and get rid of that connection there. We move this up one more click, as it were, right there. So now we can basically take this, take that all the way over. And then this guy here, come out and go down, oops. So do that, okay. This guy here is being fed from this. So you know what, just go ahead and make it yellow. So this guy here will come down, feed that, and then come down and feed that. Okay. And then this mux is determining which add is being used. And then it sends it to the exit. All right, I've got room now, so I can go ahead and slide all of these over. But I should be able to do that without interrupting any signal flow. Good. Technically, I can move this over too. So go ahead and move. Whoops, that's not the right button. Go ahead and move these over. All right, so now the dead man switch, as it were. So we're gonna put one more switch in here. Where's my switch? I'm gonna put a switch here. That switch is gonna be tied to this. And it's gonna be tied to this input and this input. So and actually, I can just tie you to that. And I can just tie you to this. All right. So what's going to happen here is if for whatever reason, at any point in time, negative, positive, doesn't matter. If both these numbers are the same, oh, I need an inverter. Need my inverter. So let me move this up just here or 2. All right. So if at any point in time we get the number's the same, this will ensure that nothing gets outputted. All right. So let's go ahead and do some basic tests here. So 1 and 1 is the same. Why is that not? Why is this hold on. No, because I'm negating. I forgot about that. So this actually has to tap into this. Okay. Now let's try it. 1 and 1, it kills it. So even though technically, you know, the mechanism here would have killed it because it's using this add machine here, and this add machine would have blocked it. Now, the double negative, that one we were having an issue before. That's really the reason why is on the negative side when it's the same. Because otherwise, all these other gates and the mux would have passed it. All right, I think this is going to work. Why didn't you work? This is the same problem we ran into before. Damn it. Why didn't you work? You worked for every other negative test I did. But now, so again, why are you working here? See, it should be working on that as well. Well, no, because it's feeding from here. Damn it. I thought I had something and then. So it works. Still works. Still works. Well, okay, so I mean, the thing is, both of those were one was positive, one was negative. Let's do. All right, so why is that? At what point does it? Oh, because 128 by itself won't work for whatever reason. But it's not working here. Damn it! I thought I was onto something there. I really thought I was onto something. I mean, all right, so should this only. Oh, no. All right, so I guess here's the question is, should this only be used, or excuse me, should this only be used if the top one's negative? And not the bottom? All right, so let's try this. Let's move this out of the way and just for the moment, plug that into there. So when the top one's negative, it'll flip the mux. No. Okay, so should this be used when only the bottom one's negative? Okay, so right now both are negative. No. Doesn't make any difference. Well, right now the top one is negative. It's flipping this, which is using this. Now, when they're the same, it's a different story. Oh, damn it. I don't know. I thought I had it there. Because the positive side works just fine. If all the numbers being compared are positive, it works just fine. And if all the numbers being compared, so right there, see, that's already failing. Because if it was going through the normal process, oops. So if this was going through the normal process, that's correct. That's correct. Correct. That's correct. So, but 8 in this. Man, I thought I had it. Because in this situation, -8 and 13, when it does its add. Oh, okay. Just out of curiosity, what? Let me bring up a binary calculator, a calculator here. So -8 plus, because we're negating it, 113 negative gives me -121. And I wish I could see the value coming out of here, but that should be -121. Actually, I can. You go and give me a. No, so that's 0. Hold on. Let me get to a failure. Okay. So -66 and 39. All right. So 66 negative plus 39. No, or -39. So I should be getting 105, which I am. So 105 is giving me a carry bit. All right, so let's do this. Just so I can understand what's going on here. All right, I'm gonna go to the level where we created the adding this one here. All right, so we do 66 negative. And for the sake of argument, we'll do -66 if I can find the right combination. Okay, -66, and then we'll do -39. All right, so let me see how this is working here. And so now we got, okay, so this is a byte add, or I'm sorry, this here is a bit add. So we have a 1 here and a 1 here, or excuse me, no 1 and a 1. So therefore, this is just going to give me a 1, no carry. We have no 2 here and a 2 here. So there's no carry. So just straight out no carry. Neither only one of them has a 4, so we'll get a 4 here, no carry. Both have an 8. So we'll get an with both having an 8, we get no output, but we get a carry. All right. Both have a 16. So technically, if you will, we have 3 bits being fed into this. So with 3 bits going into this, 1 bit will go out and 1 bit will carry. Okay, so then 32, we have 1 being fed, which means we'll get nothing out and we'll carry 1. 64, same thing. We have 1 going in here. We're bringing in a carry, so nothing out, carry 1. Both has a negative 128. Since both have a negative 128, so that automatically, with both having a negative 128, that automatically triggers a carry. Okay. That there is the key that I needed to see. In that, with both having a negative 28, that automatically triggers a carry. Okay. So, all right. Using that little bit of knowledge there. 1 second, let me check something. Okay, so with that tidbit of knowledge there, what if, and maybe it's just this simple, who knows? If it's negative, what if well, look, so my issue is when they're both negative, not when only one of them are negative, I think. So let's do a test here. Current configuration. Go ahead and put the OR back in there. Current configuration, negative test with this being negative, this being completely positive. So everything stays green. Okay, so current configuration runs fine. Now, just out of curiosity, and we'll go back to the other one and test this out. Let's say, for the sake of argument, we have that, and we have that. Technically, they're both still carrying. Let me go back to the adder. Let me run that scenario. Okay. Well, I'm not seeing a carry here. And I'm not seeing a carry there. So, oh, but you know why? Okay, here's the reason why. I'm negating. So, because I'm negating, I've got to carry. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense. Because I'm negating this input here when. So now, in theory, I've got a negative one. Oh my goodness, this here is, crazy fun. Yeah, crazy fun. Just trying to figure all this fun shit out. It's like every time I get close, it's like, I fall on my face. Well, no, and that's true. I mean, that's literally, I guess, we're essentially building this game here is basically building a computer to a certain extent, and and building various components for the computer. But it's like, now granted, I'm sure there's a couple dozen different solutions for solving a lot of these puzzles. So the method I'm doing here probably, not even, the most, well, it's definitely not the most efficient, and it only works like a fraction of the time. But man, I tell you, it's a pain in the ass. There's just one. I gotta figure out the mechanism. Well, a blast, yeah, I'm losing my hair, but I'm having a blast. And this is so as this game has progressed. So right now in the game, I'm near the end. So I've gone through all of these, and with the exception of one puzzle, which was this here, the maze. So this here, they had you do assembly code. And this is what I initially started with, and because I just couldn't fathom it. This is actually what I ended up using, which is something I found online for this game. Because this here, my issue with my issue with if you will, the assembly code is, one, I don't know it, and two, I know how to solve a maze. That's and what I mean by I know how to solve a maze is I could have put together the code per se if it was in the perspective of the robot, meaning his forward, his left, his right type deal. But that's not how this works. This works in my perspective from the overhead view. So instead of his forward, his left, his right, it's up, down, left, and right. And so trying to come up with the code to either have him do a left-hand wall or right-hand wall I couldn't fathom it. I could not figure out what the guy did in this. I mean, I understand what he did because I ran through it a whole bunch of times and watching what exactly was taking place, and I understand what he did, but it would have taken me a hell of a lot longer than I was intending on playing this game to figure it out. The programming aspect in some regards, it's challenging but doable for me. That maze program, that unfortunately was outside of my my knowledge level. These two here. So this one, this unassigned is like basically to at least, and I could be way off base. This one here, I honestly, I don't know how to not compute. I don't know how to compare numbers with the tools they give me here. So I had to look online to essentially get the base, which the base that they gave me, or the base that I saw that somebody used, was basically this portion here, minus this and. So this base portion here tying to this out, which worked 99% of the time, except when there was zeros, because the zeros, it wouldn't register the zeros, so I had to do a series of switches, gates, however you want to look at it, to prevent an output. But I was able to figure that one out fairly easy once I understood how things were working here. This current one I thought was going to be similar. So the previous one was basically unsigned, so basically all positive numbers. This one here, we're actually dealing with negative numbers, and so I knew it wasn't going to be exactly the same, but I thought the base version would be the same, and then I expanded on it, and it's like just when I think I've got something working, it ends up falling flat. So I'm actually just to see how close was I. All right, so well, I made this apparently a hell of a lot more complicated than it needed to be. And I'm scratching my head on this. All right. So this that I have here, nowhere near nowhere near the solution. What I'm going to do here, I'm going to copy these real quick, because I want to go back to, I think it's this one here. No. Which one was it? I can use this one here. I want to save my signed. I want to save this just so I can save it. Just so I can have it, just so I can come back to later on. As yeah, so this is as close as I thought I was getting. Nowhere near. This is going to be the proper, or this will be one of the working solutions. And the only reason is I've spent the past, I don't know, 2 hours or so. No, 3 hours, I'm sorry. Nearly 3 hours on this here. So it's time to move on. So we're just going to go ahead and use our, use one of the guides that someone put together. Then I'll look at this and see, you know, just so I can understand it. All right, so we got one and, so go ahead and throw an and out here. We got an XNOR. Go throw that out here. Oh, actually, we have two ands. There's another and over here somewhere. And we got an add. Where's my add at? There's an add. And then we got an inverter and a neg. All right. So the way some individual did it, he tied into this. That's easy enough. And he tied into this again, easy enough. He took the output of this on. So the whole point of this exercise is to pass a signal to this out if this guy here is basically greater than that, or you know, this is less than that. So that's the whole purpose of this this component. This guy here, oops, that's in the wrong, that didn't connect. This guy here goes into that. And then I'm just going to spread this out a little bit just because. Actually, no. We'll move you out further. All right, then we've got this also ties into that. That gets inverted. Then comes down, ties into that. Okay. Okay, I 100% understand that right there. Okay, and then we've got just go bring this. Oops, nope. Bring you down. And so we've got this tied to that. And we're tying the raw input of this. Actually, so I'm going to go ahead and give myself a little bit of a gap here, actually. Let me just move these down so I can run this cable through here. So we'll just tap in the middle of you. So both you, we go to this one. And then I'll just put you there. You are going to go to this one. Okay. And then this and doohickey thing here basically is going to be fed from this. So you know what? We'll just do a straight line to that and this. And so both of these, that, and then I'll just do that. So supposedly this is the solution. So I understand this AND gate right here. So basically if the top number is negative, it's going to pass a signal. If the bottom one is not negative, then it'll pass no signal. So the inverter will change that into a signal and trigger the AND gate, which will then trigger the out. So that makes sense, because obviously if this is negative and this is not, then this is smaller than that. Tracking. Okay, so then you have this XNOR here. The XNOR basically requires two of the same inputs to get a solid output. So if this is negative and this is negative, and this is pre-inversion, so if both are negative, or you know, then this here will turn on. So if this turns on, that's going to feed this portion of the AND gate. So then here we're adding up the actual full amounts from both of these. We're inversing this one here, but instead of relying on the carry, we're relying on the actual digits. And so if we get a negative number here, it's going to say that the higher is that means this is less than that. This is the one that's kind of throwing me. So let's see here. We'll do just a basic test. So that's correct. And actually, so both are positive right now. So I'm not feeding anything here. So this, you know, because neither one's negative, this leg here doesn't mean a thing. All right, so I'm taking a 1 here, and I'm taking a -2 or a 3, inverting it, so it becomes a -3. Add them together, you get -2, which technically triggers this. And because both these are the same symbol of nothing, that feeds this AND gate and makes it good. So I'm tracking that, and so now if I flip this around and I put that there, well, our output would be positive, and so it stays off. Okay, I'm tracking that. So now let's bring in the negative numbers. So well, for starters, if I do both -28, okay, so, and because one of the issues I had on the other one is the same number would technically trigger this. So with that being said, let's do a 0 there. Okay, so let's start with that. -128 and a 0. So in this instance, we have no negative here. So because of that, this here inverts the signal and feeds that AND. We got a negative here, so we're coming off of this, feeds the AND, so boom, you're done. Now if I flip this around and I do negative on this aspect, because this one here is not negative, this and it won't be turned on at all. Plus, because we have a negative here, we're inhibiting the signal from going up, so this AND's dead. So we feed this, we're only getting one signal here, which means we're not feeding anything. And because of that, since this AND is dead, the output is turned off. Okay, tracking that so far. Now let's go into double negatives. All right, so got double negatives coming in. So this AND here, so pretty much if this ever has a negative, this AND here will never turn on. No issues. All right, so that means we're relying on a combination of this. And so if we have double negatives, this will always turn on. So now our negative numbers come in here. -127 plus 124 gives me a -3. Yeah, it makes perfect sense to me. In looking at it, I would never in my wildest dream have come up with something that seems so simple. Wow. Now, with that being said, the last time I used this guy's design, it failed out on. So let's see if it failed out on with when some zeros were involved. So let's see what happens with this. Let's run through it. I'm gonna take it, just because. Quite honestly, I didn't want to spend another 5 hours on one puzzle. All right. So what's this one here? Create a device that saves the program output on even ticks and outputs both bytes on odd ticks. Okay. Idea. So saves it on even ticks. Nope, I had an idea and then that just So the counter here, you can tweak. So if I use a combination of two counters, let me see something here also. A combination of that with, I thought I had, that's a, yes, maybe, I don't know. All right, so let's reread this instruction again. Create a device that saves the program on even ticks and outputs both bytes on odd ticks. Well, what's my actual input? I mean, save on even, output both. So is the out. Because what I was initially thinking is do that to 2, do that to 3, but what the hell did it just put in here? Is it randomly gonna? Okay, so it's randomly. Okay. No, not okay. Oh, hold on. I don't need to feed this. I don't know. Do I need to feed this? See, the other issue with this is sometimes their instructions, at least for me, can be a little odd. Okay, I get it here, I think. So where's my register at? I had a register. That's a counter. there's a register. All right, so create a device that saves the program output on even ticks. And outputs both bytes on odd ticks. I'm not sure. I mean, now one caveat that I've said this entire my playthrough on this is, in my mind, what I'm planning on doing works. Will it in reality? Probably not. All right, so this here is my odd. So my odd needs to both do a load and save on here. And then because a save and then a load, because their version of load and my version of load are two different interpretations. So that happens on odd. Hold on. Wait. Not. So on even ticks. So the counter doesn't count as a tick. This is the tick. The counter is going to increment whatever its increment is on the tick. So going to increment of 2, that's not going to. Right. So pretty much what I need to do is got an idea, maybe, potentially. I think this part here is right. I think I need this. And I'm pretty sure I need, oops, this. Now, okay, so the one thing, outputs uneven and outputs both bytes. So now I don't know if it wants me to output the same thing to both or have two registers outputting. That's one thing that's misleading with this. I'm going to go on the premise for now that it wants me to output two different things, and that on the first tick, nothing happens. Well, now here's the question: is 0 an even number or not? That's the age-old question. Going on the premise that 0 is considered an even number, for the sake of this, what has to happen here is and that's what I would think. But I think what else? Let's see here. Yeah, it just says, see here. I mean, I always thought of it as even, just because, you know, of how it is. you know, just for the simple fact that, you know, on both sides of 0 is the number 1, which is odd. So that's, you know, I mean, you know, plus the way you described it there is true as well. All right, so with even being a 0 number, with the 0 being an even number, so what I need to do is on this very first tick that happens, I need this to save. And then I've got to wait. So this should only save oh, wait. I think no, I don't. Because I know there's a dozen different ways you can do this, probably. In my mind, I have something planned. Question is whether or not I can actually do this the way I want to do it. So can I? No, because that's still see what else do I have here? Okay. Wait. Actually, maybe that is actually that simple. This guy here, the 1-bit decoder, toggles. So, presuming the first tick, well, okay, so it wants everything done on the tick. So, first tick being 0. Could it be this simple? So, just for sake of argument, now see, here's the problem: is you can't do ticks. So it goes down. Because I can't test this out. So let me open up the 1-bit decoder. Because it seems to always start on the bottom. Let me go back and look at 1-bit decoder just so I can see the intricate workings of it. All right, so let me go ahead and do this. Actually, let's do it this way. Okay. I had you. All right. So the way this is, and I don't know if it's like that because of. Can I change this? And if I change this, will it alter what I have? And you know what? Do this. Just because I can. All right, so in this configuration now, I'm going to just. Oh, okay. The reason I had it in that configuration is because it wanted. Okay, that's the reason why I had it in that configuration. Okay, that's fine. But I. Okay. Okay, so on the always on. Well, so hold on. How would that work then? Okay, so okay, I see. Always on won't work then because always on is going to give me this. Okay. But this could be useful. Okay. See, that's why I'm glad I looked at that. All right, so, but instead of doing an always on, so with no input signal, the top will light up. Okay, so um okay, so with no input signal, the top lights up. Which doesn't. So now, how can I use that to my advantage? Because what I was originally thinking just literally went out the window. Because this is going to pass. So on the first go, we're passing data, same bits to both. And so if I were, just for sake of argument, if I put that there, just that will load that register. However, on the second tick, if I do that, it ain't gonna work because what's happening here is I need to provide a input source. So so let me think here. You know what? Let me grab something to drink here because my stomach's growling. I need to get something. So I'll be back in just a moment. Okay, I had a couple thoughts, and these are going to be crazy. Okay, so break out our counter. So on the first tick, it's going to push a 1. That's one thing there. So what I need to do is I need to, as I said, this is not the optimum way of doing this, but we're going to do it anyhow. Just because I'm crazy this way. All right, so do this, do that. Oh, nope, not the carry. All right, so now on the first tick, it pushes. No, that's actually, no, I'm sorry. That's the tick it's going to do second. Actually, let me throw this out here real quick. Because, all right, what do you do? So that's tick 1 or tick 0. Tick 1, okay. So let's. Okay. This could still work in an odd way. In a very, very odd way. So I don't need. Oh, actually, you know what? That there's not doing anything. That's not doing what I thought. That there will. That didn't do what I thought either. Anyhow. Okay, so. All right, so the first one. Okay, so. As my cynical laugh starts kicking in. All right, so we're going to put you down here. So for this guy here, on the second hit, we want to do both a load and save at the same time. I don't know if this will work, but we're going to try it anyhow. All right. And on tick 0, we only want to do, oops, on tick 0, come on. On tick 0, we only want to load this. And then on the even ticks, tick 1, 3, etc., we want to do that to push. Okay. So then, this is where I don't know if this is going to work or not. It may not. Probably won't. But we're going to try it anyhow. Come on, I'm trying to crunch you up. There you go. So the counter here, I'm going to use this as my call it power source, signal source. So on the very first go, this guy here is going to trigger this because nothing's there. Then on the first, on the even number, because this will register 1, because on, actually I don't need the negative, for the bit breakout, there's only one odd number here, so every single one of these are even. So on 0, no, nothing will go through, so that will trigger this. On 1, it'll apply a signal here, which will then trigger this, which should open that register to send. And in theory, and if this doesn't work, I have another idea for this. Let's see what happens. So good there. Okay. It didn't advance. Oh, I need it. Okay, so I do need a counter there as well. Okay, so let me get a. We'll just take you up, over, and down because that's right. That's the address. So, okay. I'm okay with this. What we're going to do here, this is going to be the crazy one. Not so crazy. Well, for me, it's not so crazy. So on activation, this one here gets loaded. This switch will be off. On the second go, we send here, and because the switch will be on, it'll pass through. In my mind, it works. Good? Good. Aha! Program memory component with 2-byte output, 3-byte output, 4-byte output. All right. I don't know if that was the intended way of having this built, but you know what? It worked. And I'll take it. All right, so I got some new components to play with. All right, finally it's time to start building the leg architecture. The leg architecture is a computer that takes 4 bytes per tick from the program. The first byte describes the operation, opcode. Since many operations take 2 arguments like add, or, etc., the second and third byte are for arguments. And since most operations return one result, the 4th byte is for the result. Okay. So click on the schematic icon and create a new empty architecture. Place a program block with 4 outputs. Place a counter, set in increment to 4, and connect it to the program block. Add 6 registers or custom components with registers. At the watch list, component connect register 05, connect the counter to 6 and 7, connect the counter to 6 and the output to 7. The values of the arguments, destination. Okay. I'll be coming back to this again. So wire spaghetti. I mean, this wasn't so bad. I mean, you know, I cleaned this up quite nicely, I thought. All right, so component factory, and I guess we're gonna call this leg 1, just because. All right, so so where did these program things go? Shouldn't they be here? That's the RAM, but that's let's go back to that and reread this, because I get this part here. Although I didn't actually. Oh, click the schematic icon. Okay. And do new schematic. Okay, so we'll call this one leg 1. Okay. Okay, that's what it was. All right, so now there we go. So it said program with 4 bytes. So there's our 4 bytes. All right. Can we move this? Yeah, let's move that out of the way. This is our input. This is our output. Okay. So then back to the instructions. It wants us to do place a counter, increment to 4. You know, why don't I just leave this open? Because you can. Okay, so counter. I know how to increment that to. Oops. Increment that to 4. That's easy enough. All right. And connect it to the program block. Okay, so that there is going to basically feed this. So we'll just do it like that. Add 6 registers or custom components. So you gave me this new. Oh, you want? Let me go and let me get rid of that leg that I was creating. Because obviously, okay. I gotta go through this again. Okay, so it made for me. It made for me this register plus. The register plus. What is so special about register plus? Oh, because it's got the always output. If I want to trigger always output. So you know what? Other than that, it loads. Other than that, it operates just the same. So I need 6 of these, right? I said. Oops. So add 6 registers. So 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6. Okay. Now I'll move them around later. Edit the watch state on the program component. Okay, so here, let's do this. Let's get you guys nice and close so I can kind of see what I'm doing here. All right, so you go to 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So I did that. Connect the counter to 6. Okay. Counter to 6. Check. Connect and connect the output to 7. Output, which is this dude here, to 7. All right. Right. Finally, in this level, the output is always 0. This means we add argument 1 and argument 2 and save the result to the destination. So what? Finally, in this level, the output is always 0. So if the opcode is always 0, this means we add argument 1 and argument 2 and save the result to the destination. What's the destination? So, okay, so this is 0. Right? Ah, damn it. Yeah. Okay, so, and let me pull up my little cheat sheet here. No, 0 is not add. Well, okay. In the current one I have, it's not add, but in this case, that's why he's saying we're gonna have to build a new ALU. That's fine. So right now, we don't have to worry about that, I guess. So right now, we just have to add 1 and 2 and save it to a destination. All right, so add, oops. And then output it to a destination. Damn it. Where did the damn instructions go? Oh, result address. That's the result address, but right now you haven't told me what the result address goes to. Or are we just and save the result to the destination? The value of an argument or destination refers to one of these places. So hold on. Add argument 1 and 2. Okay, the value of the argument, so whatever these add up to, determine the destination. All right, so okay, I see. Well, I see up until this point here. What the hell is 15 go to? Because last time I checked, I don't have a 15. So actually, wait, 7 and 7, that's 14. Last time I checked. Let's find out. Yeah. Oops. So argument 7 means read from input, but input is not enabled. What? Oh, wait. The value of an argument. Hold on. Finally, in this level, opcode is always 0, which means add. Okay, boom. Add argument 1. This is argument 1 and argument 2. So I was under the impression it wanted me to add these together, but it's, I guess, argument 7 is referring to input output. So you want me to read from the input. And you want me to read from the input twice, or you want me to take the input and put it to the output? See, this is the part where it's going to get a little confusing for me, because their instructions is like, here's a blank slate, have fun. This is 0. So Is that where it's? All right. See that this is where this part here is going to get second, third byte for arguments. So argument 1, argument 2, result address. So result address being 0 in this instance. Okay, I have an idea on the result address, I think. Oh my goodness. The add portion here is kind of messing with my head here a bit. Not here, because I got an idea just popped in my mind. It's this here. This means we add argument 1 and argument 2. And we save the results to the destination. So the destination is going to be this. All right, so I'm just looking through the code here. 0, 1, 2, 3, 5, 6. 15 is something new, but 15 is irrelevant currently because okay, so let me do this here. I don't know if this is correct. All right, so I'm gonna put this here, put that there. I'm gonna need 2 of these from per register, I believe. No, shit. No, damn it. Yes, yeah, because yes, I'm gonna need. Technically, I'm gonna need 2 of these per register. So that's actually 2 of these. Well, 2 of these per register because of the load and whatchamacallit functions. So let's go ahead and separate these and kind of. Like I said, I've got an idea in my mind. Whether or not this idea, here, let's wipe these off the board real quick. I'll redo the watch list here. All right, so this here is 0. Where is this it? Yeah, constant. So I'm going to put a constant right here. That constant is going to be 0 for this instance. Okay. So now let me go ahead and copy this, paste it, and then that's 2, 3, 4. You're in my way. 5 and 6. And I want you to move over. Everything's kind of in line with one another. All right, so this here is going to be 1. This here is going to be 2. This here is going to be 3. You will be 4. And you will be 5. Output, it said was... No, counter is 6. Right? Counter is 6 and output is 7. Yeah, counter 6. Oh, input, output is 7. Okay. So I need another one of you. Actually, I need two more of you. So one there and one there. All right, so you're going to be 7. And you're going to be 7. I have no idea if this is correct or not. All right, this here is going to be for the enable. This one here will be for the bottom, will be for the load, top will be for the bottom will be save, top will be load. You know, I should have done this, then done my copy and paste. Oh well. All right, so got that part there. This, okay, so okay, get rid of that add, because that add is obviously, so I'm still confused on, you know, I mean, okay, I'm going to need a buffer. Does where's my one-way byte? I don't know if I need this or not. Let me think here. No, the only place I would need this, I don't see. This is the part of that's confusing me. So this guy here, that's destination. The destination will be a save. So I can basically take this down this way, presumably. Tie it into all of these. Because that bottom one is a save trigger. All right. So for destination, yeah, just for sake of argument, let's have you at the bottom here. All right. Okay. So then that's, but now, this is the argument or source. So if both of these are 7, so all right, so let's do this. One thing I can do. All right, so cross these over. The one thing is, and actually a little bit more. One thing is output will never be a source. So hence the name output. All right, so my input, I'm trying to move you. Put you right here, that's fine. All right, so in theory, oops, connect each one of these. All right, so now it's these two up here that I'm kind of confused on. It says add them together. Well, if you add them together, you get 14. And it clearly says here on the first tick, argument 8? What? Argument, what? Okay, I'll redo the watch this here. So inputs. Yeah, so you have two arguments for the input. So does it okay. I mean, so we're gonna have two sources depending on the arguments. Speaking of arguments, okay, so so this is the wait, because anding, I don't, so like on the next tick you got a 0 and a 7 going to 1, so I'm presuming here, and like I said, it keeps on saying and or adding, so I have to add the sources. So all right, so just out of curiosity, just for, because here's the thing is how do I trigger if I come down here, I can't tie these together. So let's just bring this down here for a moment and go ahead and bring this one here down for a moment, just to bring it down here. All right, so if I do, I don't know if this will work or not. Where's my bit one way? Okay, let's go ahead and put one like that, put one like that. If I do this and this, just out of curiosity, what happens? It turned that on. And it actually loaded like I intended it to load. So, but okay, let me go get this watch. Since let me reconnect all these watches again. Just to see what the next error is. All right, so register 0 should have a value of 16, not 8. Okay, so I only have, how do I trigger this input twice? No. Well, um, I mean, I could technically split the output on this. Maybe, okay. This here is okay. I don't think this is going to hurt anything. However, okay. This may seem awful stupid and crazy. Okay. Can I don't like that watch. Can I? Let's move this output down some. Actually, here, just turn off the damn watch list. I don't actually need to physically see them. All right. So this part here may be crazy and stupid. All right. So before we put anything into the registers, we've got to add. Okay. So how much room do I have at the top? Okay, I got plenty of room, so go ahead and move this up. Wow, I actually have a lot of room. Oops. Okay. Maybe that's why this is it's called wire spaghetti, because it's about to get noodled. Okay, so this input line here is fine. That's not an issue there. All right, so I got to do an add function. Okay. And then this add function, the result of this add function is, and actually, you know what? Here, I got room. Let's give our, man, I wish I could scroll, or zoom out more. I don't want to grab everything. Okay. Let's go ahead and drag this over. No, I'm trying to, damn you. Grab something and drag it. There you go. Give myself like a nice little amount of room there. Just to have some room. All right, so our add function. All right, so I have to take in consideration that it may want information from the same source. So, God, this is gonna be a mess. So as far as our output is concerned here, our output is going to split. So, it's going to split here based on a switch. So this is where this is going to come in handy. This will be arg1 and actually can I undo that? Okay, good. But basically we're going to have here, so we're going to have one input and two inputs. Okay, this will be arg1 input. This will be arg arg2 input. All right, this, okay, and so arg1 is this one out here. All right. arg2 is this one here. So do I need 2 switches technically? No. Am I going to put 2 switches on here? Yes. Why? Just so I can, that's not what I was expecting you to, I wasn't expecting you to go there. All right, that's, oh, because of that. Okay, I get it, I get it, I get it. You know what? I'll fix this shit later. So just get rid of it. I'll do that after the switch. All right, so I'm gonna put a switch here. And actually, I'm trying to think of a way of like keeping it somewhat clean. All right, so this, we'll go to that. And actually, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna put you right there, and we're gonna move. Let's get rid of that. Do our split here. All right, and then you're gonna tie to that. So what we should see on this first tick is both switches open and the inputs split. Okay, that's what I wanted to see. Because it doesn't matter the number, it doesn't matter that it's a number or not, as long as it's not a 0. Because obviously if it was a 0, it wouldn't be coming down here. Now, I also need, this is also going to have to go over and tie to these, which is going to be another interesting thing, but we'll get to that when the time comes. So first things first. So then, as far as the ads are concerned, so this is where it's going to get real messy. Okay, we'll come back to this one here. So let's do, okay, so our output, going to do a similar thing. Jesus. Because our tie connection will be right here, so we'll come out on all these. All right, where are you going? What are you? I don't remember what you are. You are, oh, you're the load value. So yeah, we need to tie you into this, because the output can technically get a load. All right, so then I'm gonna need a pair of switches. So let's do switch here, switch there. All right, and then let's tie you into that. Tie you. No, not there. Tie you into that one. tie you into that one. All right, so then, actually, I think we're gonna move. Actually, let's move the switch over just for. There's no circular. Oh, actually, okay, I see. Okay, here. Sorry, let me get rid of all these thingamabobbers there. Okay. So let me go ahead and move all these over so I can have my my switch toggle thingamabobber. All right. So then here. Where's my bit one way? Okay, so I'm gonna do there. Technically that'll work, I think. So that'll go down that way. No, hold on, the bit one way. Oh, hold on. No, so for that, it's fine. The issue is I need. All right, so actually, let me tweak that. Okay, so undo that. So my bit one way here, because for whatever reason, I don't know why. Well, technically, this would. The buffer. I had an issue with the buffer not working for whatever reason. Although in this case, I need it to be okay. And actually, no, that's the reason why I need this, because the buffer, it's at a bit level, and so if you send a byte into it, it's going to send a bit out, and so that won't trigger the comparison. So I need it to be in a byte format, because did I not have to make a buffer? I could have swore I made a buffer. Oh no, the one way. Yeah, so this is essentially the buffer, and so because it's technically bit only, if I try to pass a byte through here, it's just going to turn it into a 1, which won't work. So I had to custom make a my little byte one way here. All right, so let me think about this here for a second. So if I put that there, because what I'm kind of taking into consideration, and actually here's something else I got to take into consideration. I've got to stagger this up and down this entire thing here, which also means that this all has to go down in order for me to do what I'm thinking about. So let's just go ahead and move this down. That's good enough. We can bring it back up later, but I've got to stagger this because of actually, do I? No, I don't have to stagger it. Ooh, something just dawned on me here though. Let me think about this for a second. Because the one thing I want to make sure of, because I don't necessarily, well, these shouldn't release anything. So, so a 0 being on the thing is a null value. So, even if these switches get released, it's not going to do anything unless, so I'm okay with that. Okay, so let me give myself a little bit more room here. Same thing with you. All right, and actually go ahead and take this all the way up to about there. That should be fine. So actually, no, I don't have to stagger this now that I'm now that I think about it. And we're pretty much centering this. I'm just trying to. So, okay, so the bottom one is in line with that. This here essentially is going to be a diagonal and come across there, I think, when all is said and done. So this one here is going to do this. Like so. And then all right, so to be consistent, and that's consistency, to the top or the left will be, we're gonna swap this around, just like I said, to have some sort of consistency. So, or how about we do this? The bottom or right will be argument 1, and the top or left will be 2. All right. So, no, hold on. All right, so left or bottom, left and bottom will be 2. All right, because this is essentially going to tie to that, and this is going to tie to that. Okay, so left and bottom will be 2. All right, so if this is 2, then we're going to have bottom be 2. All right, so this is going to come up to about that high enough. No, I got to go up one more. Ah, stop. Ah, damn it. Okay, so that one's going to go there, and then this one will go as such. All right, so then let's go ahead and grab this. Actually, oops, can I do this and that? How about that and that? Okay, copy. So we're basically gonna put this right there, and then right there, right there, there, and there. All right. So then that's just a direct tie over. All right, and then this one comes up, over, and to here, and then diagonal. And technically, yes, I could go straight up, but I'm okay with that. All right, so now from here across to here, and then here to there. Ah, get out of my way. I have more room between those than I do these. It's not that big of a deal, but it's going to bug me. I'm going to have to stretch the or spread these out. So we got two there, so I'm about to. It's going to bug me just because it's going to bug me. So move all of this up one. Then, nope, I hate when I do that. Move all of this up one, and then move this up one. Okay. Just so it's even in its spacing and whatnot. All right, so then go ahead and connect that. Oh, and I forgot to do this one here. Yeah, I can't wait after I finish this to see what it actually looks like, what other people have made this look like. All right, so, and the cables, they'll change color once I actually do that. All right, so now, okay, so now we have, oops, I did not connect you all the way. My bad. Okay, so now we have all the input triggers. And we got our input set. And we got our, oh, we're not done yet though. I gotta set these. All right, so on the register, we've got our input trigger, which is just a single. You don't have to worry about doing a double. We've got our output trigger, which is a double, which isn't that big of a deal because if it doubles, then the split here will catch it. So it's not like it has to actually push it twice, but I have to have two triggers for it. We've got our actual data input, which is just a single. We've got our data output, which gets split, and depending on the switch, we'll push it. So now we need to essentially bring all of these to the add over here. All right, so that's just making sure, get this out of the way because that was throwing me. Okay, so you should only ever have one coming on one, or one, one from argument one from argument two. So in theory, this shouldn't be that hard. So basically we'll take, how many clicks was that? 1, 2, 3. So, because we can have this part daisy chain down. That's off. Why is that off? That's off because and then you're off. All right. Again, just got to have my consistent lines here. All right, so this is the output. The output can go to one of two places. The output is either going to go, well, no. The output from these always have to go to the add. The add can go to either the registers or the output, depending on what the fourth argument is. So these can tie together. All right, so now we're gonna have these come down below the output, because all right, so now here's the thing, I gotta make sure. All right, so the inside here is the bottom, and the bottom corresponds to same as this. So right, or excuse me, left and bottom. All right, so right now this is the left, but when I was referring to bottom, I was referring to that. So this guy here, this is where it gets ugly, and I'm sure we'll clean this up later on. All right, so you know what? Let's go ahead and rotate this as such. How do I want? Okay, so these two are going to tie together. And now, for the time being, like I said, this is just to get things tested and working. All right. Actually, you know what? Just we'll do it this way. So this one here is going to be the second argument, as it were. Okay, let's try this again. Let's do it this way. I said just temporarily. All right, so now we've got an add. Then the add needs to go out to, this is going to be wild and crazy, but so be it. We're going to take the add all the way up here, because that is our data line to go where it needs to go. I think we're actually ready for a test, because first connection doesn't do anything for us right now. Yeah, I think we're actually, well, let's give it a shot. So what didn't happen there? We got 16. And oh shit. Wait, something's crossed. Hold on. I put this on the wrong path. My bad, my bad, my bad, my bad, my bad. I forgot that's the destination. I don't hack. Where's my feed into this? Okay, so there's my feed. Okay. I put the whatchamacallit on the wrong thing. All right, so this here is my output feed. Okay. Because okay, yeah, because I was pushing 16 on this. Okay. So let's see how this works now. Hey, we got a winner. Step 1 is done. We successfully put 16 here. Okay, step 2. Register 1 should have value 24, not 8. Well, what are we doing for step 2? We're taking 8, or Jesus, we're taking 0, and we're taking 7 and putting them into register 1. Well, 8, or geez, I keep on saying 8. Okay, so why am I getting a 7? Oh. Yeah, that's going to be an issue. That's going to be an issue. Because this 7 is coming through here, technically all the way down. So if we're having, it's not showing a conflict, but technically there's a conflict. Okay. But I did pull the 8, and the 8 is going into the add, and that did go to here. I just gotta tweak, and technically I think I need to tweak them all. This is going to be just a hair more complicated than I thought. Because I think I'm going to have to do some more. I could technically reuse that, but I think I'm going to have to use another set of registers. Because, well, actually, let me think here a second. This is destination. Destination will only ever have 1. So this will definitely work on the destination, having this here. However, something's wrong. Something is wrong here. No. Sorry, I gotta look for the green there. So that's the only one that technically unlocked. So destination having this here is fine, because I'm only going to get 1 number coming down this. I'm going to have to tweak the source locations to, I think, put a constant value out here to do a switch check before setting the value. Okay, so we'll come back to that here in a few minutes. I'm gonna grab me something more to drink, stretch my legs a minute. So we'll be back in just a moment. Okay, so this equal here doesn't do me any good. I'm gonna go ahead and get rid of that, and I'm gonna get rid of that leg there, and I'm gonna get rid of that for now. Now, in theory, if I do this correctly, I can get by with just. Actually, I don't even need this. Maybe not. Let's. All right. So what I'm thinking is, where's my equals? All right. So this is okay. Let's do this. Let's spread. I can. Let's spread these out just a hair more. So go bring these out to about there, and same thing with you guys. Bring you out. Okay. So what we're gonna do here is, let's see, where's my equal at? We're gonna put our equal. Okay. So for this one here. Let me think here for a second how I want to do this. So actually I can do it this way, I think. Put an equal. Hold on. Okay. Put you there for a second and go ahead and give me copy and paste that. All right, so if I do this, okay, that's gonna give me a constant 0 there. And I'm not worried. So the release here doesn't matter. So, no. I am going to have to do something. I'm going to have to do something on this. So I'm going to have to do something specific on this, I should say, because yeah, I'm gonna have to actually, now that I think about it, I'm gonna have to tweak this actual entire thing here, because if we get a 0, it's not gonna release these. So I'm gonna have to tweak that as well. All right, so let's go ahead and get rid of all of this architecture for a second. Okay. So this here is argument 2. And so argument 2, if we get an equal in argument 2, this is because hold on. Yeah. Well, this is for the source. All right. Yeah, so this is to do the release. All right, so let me move this up a little bit more then. Maybe spreading this out a little bit more now that I think about it. So we get a so we do that, and then if it matches, we got to switch here. Let's take this up a little bit higher. All right. So this is argument 2. Argument 2 is going to be the bottom one here. That's going to be this guy here. All right, which ties into this one here. Let's go ahead and just collapse all these. Okay, so if we get a 0 here, it'll pass a signal. Now I need to put an inverter only on these two, because 0 is not going to give me 0 won't trigger this. But now here's the deal though. Well, no, yeah, because I need an inverter there. The rest of these, don't need an inverter, but I still need to do a switch. But this is the only one I need an inverter on. Now, it's not going to be a big deal for these. If this is, because here's the thing is, actually, now that I think about it, the inverter here will never shut off. So technically, these two will always be open. So I gotta We'll come back to this. Damn it. All right, we'll come back to the output here in a second. Let's deal with the input. So, this here, again, because this is well, actually, so here you go. Hold on. So I don't need this. This is what I need. All right, so when this hits, it'll pass a signal down and activate this switch. And I can do this all the way down. So instead of it relying on, because I'm not doing a comparison here, so actually now that I think about it, I can move this. Oops. I can move that closer on all these. All right, so and so I won't need a one-way switch here on any of them because of that. So if I copy this configuration here and I put it, let's say, right here, I don't mind it brushing along the line there. Come on. I'm trying to grab just, oh, never mind. That's on me. All right, so let's get rid of that inverter. All right, so excuse me, that will work on the release. And now I am going to need technically a bit one way would work on this, because the byte one way doesn't matter, and that is I can't tie these together for this, because if I tie these together to trigger this, well, then it's going to lock both of these gates open, and then we'll potentially have a conflict. So if I do but I can do basically a chained buffer like that, okay, with even though I can technically just go straight up. So if I tie that like that and then tie that to that and that to that, that technically will work for releasing this without having both switches kick in. Yeah. All right, so with that being said, now let's go ahead and clear these. Get rid of this here. Oh, nope, didn't mean to grab that one. Okay, there we go. Right, we're good? We're good. All right. Yeah, I'll go ahead and get rid of this, get rid of these. Go ahead, get rid of this, Gotta get rid of that. Because we can just move this right next to it. Excuse me. Like I said, we do need this one here. Because that's the load trigger. And so we do need the load trigger there. All right, so now go ahead and get rid of that. All the way down. Because what we'll do is not that. Like that. And hopefully we've got enough room. Yeah, we should have enough room for this. All right, so now yeah. So now this will line up. All right, so now let's go ahead and take this and basically have it line up, have the switch line up like so. So line up on that. Now I'll have to change all these buffers to make sure they're the right number. Or not buffers, constants. So that's easy enough. All right, so now, let's go ahead and do that first and foremost. So this is gonna be 1, that'll be 1, that's 2, that's 2, 3, and 3, 4, 4, and 5 and 5. Okay. All right, so now we just connect that to that, that to that. And then we'll clean up all these dots just because that's gonna bug the hell out of me if I don't. All right, so now let's go, just because like I said, these dots will bug the hell out of me if I have them here. Trying to get rid of the dots, damn it, not add more. Just erase those. And then what I might be able to do is I might be able to bring this in some. Yeah, we can bring this in some. Wish you could zoom out just a hair more. All right, so let's go ahead and bring this in to right there, just to have a little bit of space there. Okay, so now, oh, I gotta move these as well. All right, so now when I get a 0, it'll give me a positive here, which will activate the switch, sending a signal to push, and then it'll also send a signal to the respective. Okay, so Now I got to do something similar over here, just because of what you call it. All right, so actually, do I? Trying to think if I actually do or not. Yeah. Because what will happen here is if I have, let's say, a 2 and a 7, the 2 is going to trigger this. So yeah, I need to do a similar concept to this. So go ahead and get rid of these. And actually, I can, well, I can potentially move this now. And actually, yeah, I won't need this here. All right. We will need that though. All right, so let's go ahead and I'm almost tempted to, on one hand, to I don't know, move the input somewhere. Let's do this. Let's put our add over here. All right, so put our add there. And then this input, so that's right input, top input. Top input is going to the bottom, okay? This input, and actually, that's going to be the other input. And just for the time, oops, just for the time being, go ahead and get it connected. That's going to there. So go ahead and wipe those out. All right, so as far as, go ahead and grab just copy this. And go ahead and copy, paste, there we go. Go ahead and put this right here for now. All right, so now, ooh, that's a problem. That's a problem. I see a problem. The problem I see, I'm glad I caught that now. So go ahead and fix that shit. Come on, stop it. Oh, that's fine. Okay. My bad. My bad. Yeah, let me go ahead and fix this. Because that would have, this one here is fine. It's just the other ones, I stopped there apparently and, wasn't supposed to. I can get rid of that one. Okay, there we go. That's how it's supposed to be. All right. I was wondering why this was tying to that. That's not supposed to be the connector. All right, so this is going to be the switch more for the output. Excuse me. But they'll both tie in to trigger the input. All right, so so let's go ahead and move this over here. Let me think about how I want to position this. Ah, come on, damn you. Stop that shit. All right. So we're gonna have essentially the same thing that we did here. So actually, you know what? Go ahead and copy this. And go ahead and put that right there. Perfect. Right now. Come on, grab the damn component, would you please? All right, so I need to make sure this is correct. So the bottom one here is tied to number 2. Okay, so the bottom. So then I want this bottom here to be tied to 2. Now number 2 is this one here. 1 is this one. All right, so let me just double check again. Boom, boom. All right, so this guy here can tie into that. And then this guy here, we can bring over here like so. All right, so now let's now the one thing I got to do on this is just like we did before, just go ahead and put our byte buffer here, and I can just basically daisy chain these two together. So we're gonna have this come across to here and down, this one come across to here and down, and then that one will tie to that, and then this one will tie to that. All right, so then we just gotta, actually I could just take from here, can't I? Actually, in actuality, what if we took you, put you in line with that? Okay, go ahead and erase those. Go ahead and erase that for the moment. So this come down to that. This would be, go ahead and change this to 7. And go ahead and change that to 7. Go ahead and bring you down. So this one here would tie across to the U, and then you would go to that. You would come down, over, and over. And actually, I could go ahead and move you guys over a little bit. And then go ahead and bring you guys over a little bit. Go ahead and move you guys, oops. Move you, oops, oh, wrong ones. Move you, come on, damn it. There we go. Actually, go ahead and move move you over a little bit more. This way, we'll go ahead and move that on this side of the switch. And then we can move you over here. Then we can move you guys a little bit closer. And then move you closer again. All right, and then go ahead and do that. All right, so that kind of, you know, just brings it in a little bit. You know, I think I could probably bring the output over some. Yeah, so we can do that. Now let's go ahead and just want a little bit of tithing here. Go ahead and bring you up. Go ahead and bring you up. Go ahead and I can do that. I did not know that. Move you over, but not, well, at least one gap for now. All right. Okay, so then I can get rid of this crap here. Right, and that also means I can move this stuff closer. At least for the time being. All right. Because really don't care about that as of yet. All right, so in theory, this one should work. I've got this one here is blank for now. Or you know, it's not used in this level. So 2 and 3 are the source locations. And everything has been consistent in that the second source, which is this one here, ties into the lower of the two outputs. Include here. Source number 1 is tied to this here, tied to the top output line. Then this line here is the destination line that it only needs to be a single. Then I actually have the actual destination because there are two sources, even if it's technically the same source. But there'll be two source inputs that need to be added together and then sent to a respective location, which is determined by the destination. All right, so let's see how this works. So far, so good. Good. Okay, let's fast forward. Damn. All right, so what do we had here? A 0. Okay, we ignore the first 0. So register 0. So here, it's supposed to take it and send it to register 6. Or whatever 6 is. 6 is yeah, 0, 1, 2. No, what 6 is output. Why would it be 28? Last time I checked, 16 plus 16 is 32. Okay, let's start over. Because sometimes it. Oh, wait, no. You're saying next tick counter value will be 28. That doesn't make sense. That makes 0 sense what you're saying. Next tick value will be 28, but it should be 32. Well, on this here doesn't do anything for me. I'm taking the next, technically the next tick, I'm taking both zeros and sending them to 6 again. So I don't know what it's talking about. Hold on. I could have swore it said register 6 is counter. Oh, am I supposed to send something back? Oh, okay. Okay, my bad. I didn't even think about sending something to the counter. All right, so not that big of a deal. Because the counter is input only. We don't, so the counter is treated just like this. So basically what I got to do is copy this, throw it up here on the counter like such, change this to 6. Because quite honestly, I didn't even think that it was going to push anything to the counter. Which it actually makes sense why it's going to do that, because this way it skips this. All right, so then I got to tie you into number 4, which not that big of a deal. That I wasn't. Actually, you know what? Let's do it this way. Well, I mean, which one do I want to run across? Well, I'm gonna. Okay, number 1. I didn't want to grab that. There we go. That's what I wanted. All right, so what we'll do here. Let's go ahead and rotate you. I'm going to rotate it up and down just because I can still technically read it. I mean, I could technically go that way, but it will be upside down and... screw it. All right, so let me go ahead and move this. All right, so go ahead and put you, tie you into that connection. Oh, hold on. That's just a trigger. I still need to bring an output out here. Hold on a second. Hold on. Okay, you know, let's put this back to where it was. I'll have it over here. I'll just draw a line. Okay. Yeah. Okay, there we go. All right, so this is gonna be 6. That part's easy enough. On the counter, this, and actually, you know what? We're going to, you know what? We are going to take it back over here. Now that I think about it, we're going to have it upside down. Gonna have it upside down, and we're gonna put it like, where's our output line at? Here's our output line. All right, let me bring this output line all the way up to roughly here. Okay, then this here essentially is going to be backwards, in the sense that this here, oops. This, you know, I'm going to just do a diagonal line for that. This, it's upside down, so as long as I know it's a 6, that's all that matters. You are going to tie into that. You are going to tie into that. And then you are going to tie into that. There we go. So that there, wait, hold on. Yeah, no, shit, I got, damn it. These two are backwards. Because this is the trigger. Okay, so let me. That goes there. This goes here, that goes there, that goes like that. So it's upside down. So what's going to happen is if it picks a 6 up here, it's going to enable the output value, whatever that may be, to overwrite the counter. Okay, so I think that. Oh, interesting. Maybe not interesting. No. Yeah, interesting. The counter actually read proper, which I kind of think is interesting. So now, like here, on the next tick, we're going to jump to 32, which is going to be somewhere over here. Yeah. So yeah, just because it's going to bug me if I don't. Just having it upside down, just it wasn't doing it for me. There. Not like it matters, but it works for me. All right, so this little, it actually isn't that bad. I can compress this a little bit now. I can compress some of it, that is. So let's go ahead and grab here. Do a little bit of compression. And then my damn hand is on the shift key. So go ahead and compress this to about there, okay? and then we can compress up and down a little bit. Just a little bit. So about up to there. I kind of want to just tweak this a little bit because I'm not really happy with, I mean, it technically works. Ah, screw it. All right, so this here actually wasn't as bad as I thought it would be. All right, but with that, I think we will go ahead and hold on going forward for the moment, and we will pick this up on another stream. So until next time.